Welcome everybody. We're live. We are back in Beacon Pines. Why is music so loud? I think the narrator in this game is really low. That's why I have it so loud. But yeah, we're back. A lot happened in the last one. I can't really remember all that happened. A lot happened. 3 different storylines I think happened, and we're in one of them where everyone's okay right now. But I know this ain't gonna last, because today is the festival and something bad's gonna happen. But we just made up with Rolo, which is good. So Luca just made up with Rolo, and then we're gonna meet Rolo at the treehouse. Okay, okay. We can do that. So, I don't think anyone here wants to talk to us. No, no one wants to talk to us. That's fine. Can we go check on, you? You have anything to say? No. Nope, no one has anything to say. Which I guess is good. Oh, you do. Oh, no. That was just a sign. Let's check real quick if was any charms that were different. I don't really think there were. No. So we have 6. I think that looks like that would be all 6. So I think we might be done with this section. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your Gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rolo handed Luca an unopened letter.
Yeah, the music is just too loud for the audio, and I kind of need the narrator to be heard. I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A ladder. Lucas.
Things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you.
This kid is never gonna get a break.
None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much.
Exactly.
We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Something sus is happening.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whatever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we'd be looking forward to the festival for weeks. But we'd been looking forward to the festival after I ruined everything with my big mouth. This was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
I was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Something happened. Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Exquisame?
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. 2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
Okay, I'm really glad last stream that I decided to end on the reunion, because this would have really fucked me up if I ended right here. Oh my
In a
god.
silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either.
Nope.
There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it.
Let me adjust my headphones real quick. There we go.
We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Yep. I'm down. Okay, so we can do break. Nothing there, nothing there. Nothing. Well, we can flight there instead of fight or shame. So what was this? So this was making the clouds break. So we were actually just on this path, and we did rumble, and that's what changed everything. I feel like we should do flight here. So this was in the middle of this whole thing. We're gonna do flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Well, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. So this is the timeline of Rollo being kidnapped and underground. Yes. Sia jerks, and then that kid, I forget their name, got splashed with the weird juice. So he got aged or something. And that also, I think, went on our girly pop's new friend's hair, where she has like a white streak now, I believe. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as
Iggy.
they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice.
Was ice.
Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
Okay, well this is interesting. It's literally the middle of summer, but okay. That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost them. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Find a way home. Do we know where we are?
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. Okay. Oh. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Meh. Still within safe ranges. So if they're working for Mr. Kerr, so the Valentines have nothing to do with this, I assume. That's my assumption. And maybe spreading but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. Oh, we're at the town. That's our... Wait, was that not our house then? What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out the letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep in Weep Wood. I'm looking at the evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Okay, nothing really here. It is the Beacon Pines town.
Stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This is some cold weather. Luckily my natural hotness keeps me warm. Learn from your guy, Gordy, and become hot, and any blizzard will feel like sunshine.
Well, that's one way to keep warm. Hello, Scatter. How are you doing today? Doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all the snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. That's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. I actually think we should go back up over here and go through here. Luca, are you there?
Almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those
Luca
woods.
looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mother sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
Slept in today as expected. I'm doing pretty good. Today's been a pretty good day so far. Anyways, we gotta keep moving. Was there nothing over here? No, doesn't seem like it. Oh, this is literally... This is the grave. This is where we started. And then, oh, this is the dandelion field. And I guess the way to the house is blocked off, so we just go straight to the sign. I think that's what's happening. Okay, yeah. What is this? This looks familiar to you. It looks like the barrel near the Puddle-Aya. Shoved me into? Yeah. And then this is blocked off.
The fencing listened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Looks like the stuff they put up around Weepwood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. It's all
Looking down
frozen.
the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't gonna save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled, the town is destroyed, and everyone we ever known is gone. We don't know that. You just can't quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a
The boys
bit.
huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with the baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
He motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Geez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into
Iggy
fights?
shrugged.
It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling the dinky little treehouse mission
Iggy
control.
then wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn, the dogs are barking. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and even she already likes you. You have
He
Tish.
touched his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know.
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
He cleared
impression.
his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here.
Iggy
Definitely.
arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow, we'll get to the bottom of all
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
I would try to get, like, indoors or something. I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. I like that. That was cute.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face, the doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
He's really not having good dreams.
Look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister.
Oh god, the dogs went out. Let me let them out. Quite frankly, I don't want them in here. They're gonna keep distracting. Okay.
He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people.
Oh, this is
I
interesting.
won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Huh.
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
I don't think we know this
It
person.
stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
This is what you think you're doing.
Looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me. You...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit. Interesting choice of words, I agree. I mean, let's all just calm down here. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Okay, you need to calm it down. Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back
Luca
home.
and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open
For
them.
a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold. Until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact
We're talking
same
bugs.
place,
There was just one mention.
cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood, or we teleported to some alternate universe, or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here. Both the town you called your home for the past several years is a replica. Oh, so this is a completely different place. Weird. Okay, I thought it was just like when we were gone in the treehouse it got froze over. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. To which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to the miraculous thing we call a brain. It was a real aversion to discontinuity. A revulsion, even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane.
Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
He narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why do you say the source like that? Why
Luca
indeed?
began to laugh
I don't like Nat.
uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes darted back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Weepwood. Okay, I wasn't expecting an entire replica of the
The
town.
source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days
I'm gonna
became
open a
clearer,
banana, 'cause
pieces
I'm
to
hungry.
a larger puzzle.
I did not eat breakfast.
Roloff said he was underground
Or
somewhere,
lunch.
captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here alone in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I
There was
do?
no reply, just snow-covered silence.
$5 if I eat the peel. I've never even attempted to eat a banana peel, because why would you? That doesn't seem like a lot. I need more. Why did you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. $259K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He bent down
overrated.
to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Why do they walk like that? Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy
advice.
gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? That's a good point, actually. What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover? Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. I mean, this is a lot happening. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at ya, act like a horse's ass. I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pull off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a
Luca wiped his
source.
eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's a small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to
Iggy
smash?
flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
It's always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. We'll locate the source. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you to stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to you?
Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Nothing over there. Why is that? Why can't I visit the house? Let's see. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they gave kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you
Iggy
didn't.
stifled a chuckle.
Yep, I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, those were some primo fireworks. So I might underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? That's what happened. I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the look on your faces. Rollo got grounded for months, which is why I need to stash the evidence and lay low. By burning them under that tree, but when I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-ups found them and tossed
Iggy
them.
triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved, it was us. Unbelievable. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo, you're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have the chances against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Can't go through there.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Whoa. I can see why they want to move us all out of the town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? I mean, it can be done. It can be done. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr, where's Rollo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It's really something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge? Oh heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be lead, in the role of a lifetime. To be a lead. And you happen to be extras. Ready for your curtain call? You haven't given up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. Now boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. It changes the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. That's far
Iggy
enough.
took a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like
With
this?
a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oh, whoa.
Growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my
Luca
god.
dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped.
No.
His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow.
Oh, this
He
is
could
not
see
gonna be
Kerr
great.
further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is for Kerr, if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing that look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas
With a
Young.
wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow. Can you believe this guy? Yeah, he got a charm from that.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy,
Luca felt
no.
his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. 2 birds with 1 stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do
Iggy's
this.
voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to refuse or accept. God fucking damn it. I feel like if I refuse, I'm gonna die immediately, so we can just get that one off the check mark, off the list. We're gonna refuse.
Had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with
I
the phone.
regret this.
Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
I just don't feel like it's the end. There has to be more to that.
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I know, that's why I picked it. Luca had no choice but to accept.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
I don't like it.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were
I was not expecting Iggy's story to go this way. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness, so... All of a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over. That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that
We have
case.
some idea what that would look like.
It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my
A
role?
fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are gonna save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be
Okay.
continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
What?
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels.
I love
Let's go back and
this.
find something more definitive.
It really ends in a cliffhanger. Are you kidding? It ended a cliffhanger? Oh my god. I'm so upset. Okay, we had break. Okay. So this should be more light and not as
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for
as
him
dramatic
the
as
clouds
the
above
last
began
one.
to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about.
Stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you're gonna tell me. Okay. You can cut to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Okay.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you tell me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Oh. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Era's Valentine. Oh, she's working with one of the things, so I guess they do have something to do with it. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I couldn't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, is that change is painful. I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Is this gonna be Grandma? It's gonna be Grandma. Oh my god, it was Grandma. Oh my god. Okay. So, Valentine doesn't have anything to do with Kerr. It's I don't really know what's happening. I really don't know what Grandma's actually trying to do. I think she's trying to put a stop to it in the same way our parents did, but yeah.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons and rousing
Nan
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
So this is the same timeline as when we got frozen. So something Grandma's gonna do is gonna cause everything to get frozen over.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you seen a ghost. Were you scared of the old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Okay. No, we can't. We can only go to the treehouse. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you will know it. Absolutely. You'll just sign here, acknowledge everything is accurate, and we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
I don't like that man. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me just to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Nothing there. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure atoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? Probably not. I wonder if we go to the history museum with... Will anything happen? No.
We all know Beacon Pines is
Oh, do I have to go through all this again?
What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot
Can I
tell
choose
the
audio?
story of Beacon Pines
Oh,
without
voiceover
telling the
audio.
story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision.
Put the music
A
down.
vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow.
Turn down.
In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp,
There we go.
but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in
Okay,
Beacon
we
Pines.
just have to watch this
And
again, I
how is
guess.
one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Okay. In here, I guess. Just the melon. Well, let's go see if Bat Reporter is doing anything. I better not do that. Let's get to the treehouse. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. Can't wait. Schensteiner. No, the bat's not here. Nope.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I think we did too. There we go. I'm not sure about that. Oh yeah, she has been indisposed of late. I missed a thing because I was doing something. She doesn't much like me, does she? I think she's talking about the sister. Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I will be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he
Kerr
was.
locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. Why are you doing all this? Gosh, I never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just a festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Good night, Mr. Mayor Valentine, rather. Okay, let's go. We did get one. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? He's Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the Foul Harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this Foul Harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay, there used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used this fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines. The Foul Harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. So I thought it was a specific accident, but I guess it wasn't. It was just Sharper died, fertilizer wasn't good, and all the crops died. Half of the town lost their jobs. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I'll take it. Rollo's farm got short end of the stick. Yeah, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. The things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over when they decontaminated the... That's how they changed it! So the soil was contaminated, I assume. And they moved us, or maybe it was the air was too cold? That's how they changed over the town. We better get going. Oh my god. The way you would not get the full story if you could only play one storyline. Okay, yeah, nothing
Luca
here.
placed sometime.
I think I have all the items. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. He really went all out. he goes all out, doesn't he? Okay. Always. That missed. Oh, come on. Ooh, it moves. It was a clown horn. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. I love my children. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust this new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did he get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. That's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat
Rollo
suit.
let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and they saw your gran, and then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine. Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. I love Rollo. And their leader is your gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, I bet there's aliens. I bet one of these has aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke the person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged, but she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she's moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying, this sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family, but you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Paul always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in. So it's gonna take at least 2 days. I think we'll have
Chapter 6.
If this was the same as before, so this day is normal. The next day would be the festival where I made up with Rollo, and then we went to the treehouse and it froze over.
Secret lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Oh god. The knocking makes me nervous, but I feel like this timeline's pretty safe. Rollo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is suddenly a Mystery Monday. Well, yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well, the game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that's dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the amount of documents she lost to the ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she's always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyways, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face.
Thank you, Dork Angel 410 for the follow. I very much appreciate it. Welcome to all this clownery. A look of realization.
All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
There we go. They're gonna break a dish and then they're gonna get in trouble. Alright, Rolo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You caught upon my expert detective skills. And now I should proceed
Before he
with...
could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
You used to be Dark Angel. Now you're Dork Angel. Your final form. Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
As
and...
Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted
No
forward
way.
with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Okay, there's a secret in the house. Trace, we got cookies. Oh, the cookies. There they are. She's like, your gran has done some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do you think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Conspiracist? Let's go with that. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. I follow for the right. I follow the right being. It's the cookies.
Luca
It's the
jostled
cookies
each
that always
cabinet
gets
drawer in
people.
turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
Is Walter his dad's name? What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rolo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. These kids have too vast of a vocabulary for me. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting lab results from Joseph.
Rolo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rolo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his house has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related
Rolo
to something
scanned
else.
through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. The disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own
Luca,
hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
In this timeline, Luca didn't have the dream about his father leaving. I don't think. Not in this timeline. I think in the other timeline he did. What does it say
Rolo
next?
rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be
Luca
more.
frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is
Luca
bullshit.
slammed the drawer shut.
The 12-year-old cursed.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your grand a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movement of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. She puts little symbols by them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. You're in my way, thank you. I was expecting to get a charm out of this, but apparently not. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive, and jam jars. That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your grand making? Incendiary. Yeah, that could be useful. She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Only one way to find
Rolo
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He
Huckleberries.
smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And ink. What?
Rolo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha.
Rolo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It addresses to Mrs. Fratelli, who is the diner, I believe. A grand jam gram. It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. Okay.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looked like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town, and if we follow
Rolo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. At the end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was that? What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
The final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down
The
there?
three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step.
I don't know who this is. Yoo-hoo!
Thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump.
I'm just here to help. Who is this?
Thump.
Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's
Rolo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rolo,
It was
don't.
too late. Rolo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rolo tackled the man to the ground.
Rolo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone
From
there?
the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I don't know if I had it. I didn't know I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rolo. That was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that
Luca
person?
scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rolo. He's knocked out
As
cold.
Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rolo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7.
Okay.
The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair.
So he owns, like, the fruit stand. And he was working with the Grand.
His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to
They're
know
gonna
what he
murder
was doing in
Mr.
Luca's
Tolliver.
house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They run the classic good cop. Chill or hard? We're gonna be hard.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rolo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rolo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, 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 Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rolo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
That man is out cold. Mr.
Beck and
Tolliver?
Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rolo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr.
He
Tolliver.
grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr.
Oh, that got him
Tolliver
up.
groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the
chair
world?
wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who? Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Lucas' faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say I've never needed another
Rollo,
way.
hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance. What? I don't
Mr.
even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran.
Mr.
Gran?
Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you got it all wrong. Where is she now? She headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation
With
Sparkplug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Okay, maybe a little too hard,
Rollo swung
Rollo.
around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver to any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Now that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this source thing, Kato could help us find it. Let's go get some answers. I didn't even have to walk there. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little young to be a librarian? Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. Oh my god, how I wish that was me. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novik sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you, you and Rollo, I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we were looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? This thing we sorta don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Birth dates, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. And they do all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos.
Not normal for me.
Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of
Well, we know
explosives
that
in Town
she's
Square
not that.
made that difficult.
She's not trying to do anything bad. The result will be bad, but what she's trying to do is not
As the
bad.
sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I had to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life. till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his
Rollo
ears.
shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a country record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just
Beck
like
slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait. What was that name, Beck? In the bitch? The bitch? Obit? Obit? That doesn't sound right. J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 20 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were two J. Hartfords. Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your grand is 6 feet under, 3 towns over, then who am I living
The
with?
question hung in the air.
Okay, this is different. Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the
Beck
night.
rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Paula's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. This is
Luca's
gonna be
heart
interesting.
was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement.
What if Gran is actually our mom? Cause the thing that you do with the stuff ages you. What if that happened?
Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
What if we wake her up? Wake up! Nope. Okay. Oh, this is still open, which I'm sure she didn't find suspicious. He's gone. Oh
Mr.
no.
Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without
Or
a trace.
Maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. I just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He flipped
delayed.
the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Oh, okay, now I can think. So Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver. I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished when he was sent to do, and left when he was done. Who's Nuncreed? Is Nuncreed the hyena? Oh, Grandma's gone. Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed, play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs, just a few more steps.
Luca
Oh,
groaned and tried to move.
was the jam poison?
His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground.
Wait, no, Nuncreed is the store owner that hits on Grandma, and she knows that he's working with the bad guys.
Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
And they were gonna give him the jam to, like, make him pass out. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Rest now and let me handle everything. No, but you're gonna, like, ruin everything. I already saw it happen.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
Well, I mean, she wasn't trying to. You ate the jam.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
That's more like it.
Shaking the questions
Because
from
he was
his
the one
woozy
that
head,
grabbed you.
Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. Nothing in here. Where'd my soccer ball go? Oh, that wasn't in this timeline? God damn it. Okay, go in there. Nothing there. I think what might be the best possible option is playing good cop, I guess. Where have you been? Grant put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret message for secret conspirators. Not this one. This one was intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa. Sly Devil. Okay, what can we use that for? I'm thinking she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus has just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving. Wait, so is Nuncreed which one's Nuncreed? I can't remember.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing? Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh, yes. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. The town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. I thought we could bid with a round applause befitting such a great man. Oh, wonderful applause. Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right. Where was
William
I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He
everyone.
gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Oh heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful
Mr.
podium.
Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. There are things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would forever change
Mr.
my
Kerr
life.
took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
He sure is an actor. From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to something that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are the horizon. The festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We need walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. And then Grandma freezes the entire town.
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits. Yeah, Grandma froze the town. It was with good intentions.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
Grandma.
For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take a real quick break, and we'll be back and maybe try to fix this timeline, or maybe we could go back even further. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
The narrator's getting really fed up with us.
Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No,
That might be
I
some
don't mean
people's
that.
plan.
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Okay, so we could be sly now and as well as chill. I forget what this one is. Why is this one like this? I forget how we got there. And fight and accept. Okay, so we really only have one choice. Well, we have two choices, but from one path. Or are you the way you are? You know what? I can't be the one. You gotta look deep within yourself to answer that. So what are we gonna be? Sly or chill? Let's be chill. See what being
They'd run
chill
the classic
does.
good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure just got my bell
He
rung.
looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's
Rollo
here?
and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you here in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes,
gestured to the corner.
barrels of explosives. That is pretty shady. Well, maybe you want to be babied, then the next you're ready to be baby someone else. That just seems like being normal to me. Sometimes you just want to be taken care of, and you want to take care of someone else. It just seems normal. Circle of life. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an
Luca looked again
explanation.
to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings.
It's a trap.
Mr.
Nah, it's not
Tolliver
a trap.
gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This will all make sense in
He
time.
edged imperceptibly toward the stairs.
He's
as
gonna
he
make a break
spoke.
for it. You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to
Punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. But that was the opposite. Son of a...
Darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. And you kids just keep tight down there. And let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Really? I feel like that's not the end, but I guess they're gonna be locked down there until town freezes over, so I guess it would be the end. Being a switch is weird sometimes. Not really.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Okay, we gotta be sly. I feel like we have to go here, but I don't have the charm yet for that. Okay, let's be sly.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Is Beck gonna do this one?
Luca and Rollo ducked behind
Yeah.
a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Modeville girl. Please call me Beck. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes
Mr. Tolliver
sense.
wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this
Mr.
town.
Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here
Beck
to
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck shook her
evidence.
head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not
Mr.
thorough.
Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
Sure, she sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out we were going to destroy the source, we would both know how bad that might be. No one would know anything once I finish cleaning things up down
Beck
here.
was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
Half hour before your daddy modded over Discord chat. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself, at the very least. You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good, there is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in Perennial Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
Beck is good. You guys catch that? Sure did. The whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is
Beck
apples.
blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about the candy shelf. Fine, in the meantime, I got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingy. So U would be 21. N would be 14. D would be... Oh. It's an anagram. Nuncreed's Drugstore. Oh my god, Rollo really just figured it out.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's Nude Rug Store. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. Investigate Nuncreed's Drugstore. So Nuncreed is that one. Okay. So that's good to know. Is the bat here? Oh. He's here. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late for his own funeral. Nothing around here. Let's see if we can use Sly at the old fishing. Nope.
Luca wrapped some fish half.
I feel like this is gonna give me something, but it doesn't. I think I would get this. I think I would probably get the chill one if I hadn't gotten it previously. I think that's it. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sis. Oh, was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is it that this insipid town festival really about? I
Gus looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do some good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend time with him. I don't pull strings installing you as mayor so you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Mr. Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have no choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be part of the future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. I bet this girlie down here knows everything going on in this town. Knowledge, she spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn about it. I do hate it when the villain makes a good point. Better go to Nuncreed's. I haven't seen the Batgirl around. Nothing over here.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gops. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. I thought he was going to say something else. But nope, he just left. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Telephone? Maybe? Have you seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That's not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's Nude Rug Store. I mean, Underground Secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Gotta head to work, so I'll keep streaming up on computer. Oh, thank you so much. Have a good time at work, Dork. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. Okay. Alright, let's see
Luca
here.
cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great. Now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Oh, new location.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real? Rello, at one point or another, you said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each one of these has something written on them. Mission Operations Alpha. Mining operations. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. The town is all farms of fertilizer and a series of tubes. Paul always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how the wisdom applies to this exact situation. That's the thing about Paul. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. Oh, that's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you all almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to that old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Just now. This suit has a broken mask. So we have found our mystery warehouse creeper. Well, we've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. I think we can jump to that conclusion. That's a pretty good conclusion. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around
Rolla's
science
hands hovered
sci-fi
over
tech.
the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Rolla, what did you do? Nothing. I don't even mow yet. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Oh, yep. Shit. 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 Awesome. You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we got some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password, but they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who, that's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back
He gestured
before.
toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick. No. We were partners. He helped patients and he helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total
Nuncreed
sidekick.
let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day Sharper Valentine comes to us, says he's got an opportunity. He's found something he didn't quite understand, and he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic psychic into a villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and
He
gone.
shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I try to keep you safe. I try to keep you and Juniper out of this, but you forced my
Luca
hand.
began to laugh.
You really don't know. My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Thank you for the alert, Quackster. I appreciate it. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's gonna disrupt the festival? Why would
The
she?
color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we busted into today, and honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's gonna do right now. She doesn't understand what she is messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. The fountain, but why
A jolt
would...
of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
Nuncreed now knows that it wasn't it's not the main, it's the original town. She knows about the source. What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze, and dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. She already has, like, a couple times now. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. This did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town. I love Beck. I love all my children. They're my children. I love
Chapter 8.
them.
The cold, hard
I think
truth.
this might be the end.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Okay, back here. That was intense? Yeah. I think I might parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out of here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We better catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Okay, let me search around. Let's go here. But Luca doesn't know what this place is yet. Yeah. This looks familiar. Maybe we can clear it off with snow? No time. Nuncreed's getting away. Okay. So they're not going to know that this is Beacon Pines. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I might not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Frollo. Stick with me here. His species can only survive... I had to burp and I stopped it and it did not end well. That did not feel good in my body. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective? Kill us all and shapeshift into Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Yeah, I don't see much here.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you're doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this whole town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollenbeck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, do you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not
They
true.
both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change. Very convenient that your wages happen to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
He began to weep.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy. remembering why this was all necessary.
This all makes sense. This will all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalty falls. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Gran.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing
Before
to.
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Well, we'll try that one more time.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror.
I kind of like that there was like no time for her to like feel remorse about her action. It just instantaneous.
There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Okay, we can hum. Did we get anything else? No. Let's hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together.
It is. Gran is his mom.
She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo.
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone? You should have known I never abandoned my
Eleanor
son.
looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you had pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until Perennial Harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop Perennial Harvest. The cold,
Luca
hard
gazed down at
truth.
Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We got a party to crash. I think we're on the right track. You don't understand, he always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under
going
Perennial
back.
Harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice, and I'm tickled pink that we will be able to that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and Perennial Harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they could clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated, Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all know the Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now the whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so she can get the help that she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. Hey, don't be calling people clowns. Y'all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Hello? Is the kid Sharper? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side, like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look
He
dreadful.
paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you have some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I think you are for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You've done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed
Kerr
upon.
gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
I cannot believe... I did not expect this one. I may have called out many other things. I did not call out this one. Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No. Ah, so you didn't see that coming. I really did not. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. The festival was a ruse. I wanted y'all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Ha, wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. I'm glad you're back so I can tell it to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr.
William
Kerr?
gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
Helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Honestly, just fucking everybody go after this man. I don't know why they wouldn't. Now think 1,000% that the kids are gonna get rid of him. Y'all, not the children. I mean his children. Y'all truly believe you could be free of me, a town of complete and utter fools? You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me, and that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy. Oh my God, Augustus. I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give, the opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you could just live forever? But what about, it's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You don't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. And none of this would be possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Just kill him. Like, this is very simple. There's a very simple solution. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that
Girlie
now,
is still
at the
reading
deed's
her book.
fruition,
She has
it
no time
almost
for
felt
it.
frivolous.
Do you think she is the narrator? Anyways. You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned
Mr.
it.
Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
We should have just let this entire town freeze over. Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly the role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a Pat C the whole time? Now that your secret is out in town, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most, and I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha, the young hero. I kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it. Ha.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat, let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end.
Okay, well...
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right?
We're so close.
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Nope. 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 Okay. Window to the Soul. I do not remember what this one is. There was a look here, but Luca could sense something anyway. There was malice lurking.
There was a
behind
malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over. Of course, I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I thought Roxy... I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse. So Rolo is still kidnapped in this one.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You could come to me with anything. Anything at all. I don't need to be in here. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up, but my problems always seem to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. The festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, now we know. Just beat this boy's ass. Luca doesn't know, but we know as the player. It would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know the festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Go to the newsstand. Hey, Dawn. Is it true about Rolo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. Connected to what? I was checking in on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. Your typical shady stuff. Who would be doing all that and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. Perennial Harvest certainly has the resources. Well, now we know they're all the same thing. Do you have any idea where Rolo could be? The best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you last see him? We were in Weepwood, right by Valentine's fertilizer. I'll check out Weepwood when my shift ends. I'll do my best work at night. Nope. I guess Mrs. Fratelli is getting ready for the festival. Hey Griffin, has Rolo been by? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him on the house. He'll like that. Okay. I will say, so far, none of the things have actually happened with like a child actually getting hurt. So I don't believe that Rolo's in any danger right now. Hi Luca, what's up? You haven't seen Rolo around recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made a rule that he can only order decaf. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Moldwill. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr and I could come... Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. So we really don't know what her connection is to all of this. Whoa. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Those scare a man while he's junking Sunny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? I may as well be asked the same thing of you. Find anything good? Ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I better get going. I don't see nothing if you don't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Nope, nothing there.
Luca gently good for skimming.
I think I'm just gonna assume it's all 6. There. Rolo.
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo. Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting.
Do we know about the source on this
Soon
one?
enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?" Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Oh. Stop right there. Or I'll... Jeez, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you recognize me. They aged up Rolo. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rolo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle, Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flamin' chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Don't know, they threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big, look.
Rolo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower, but beggars can't be choosers. Rolo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang, Paul just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side. And
Rolo
pointed
doesn't
to
understand
his
that he
reflection in the balcony
aged
window.
up.
His
What
hands
the?
shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rolo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice. Oh, okay. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We might finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger? Ha.
Rolo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's
With
up?
a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I'm kind of confused about the timeline here. So where are we? We're here. So normal. That happened. And then we got into that fight. Okay, good. Okay, just need to make sure. Alright, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I don't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rolo. This is your missing friend. One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear the racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rolo.
Anything you can say around me, you can say around Rolo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff... Okay, so she did get splashed. I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay, just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notice what? Oh, nothing, I was just... come over here and let me have a look. Honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I kind of felt like a change. This is gonna take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was thinking about your mother's new job. It was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to
Ilona
heart.
tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Wait. No, I was thinking of something else. Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is, him and his weird cult of personality. You're not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains, you'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is this why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You'll need to look presentable for the festival. But not another
She
peep.
sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just have to shave it off for you. That's like one of the most fucked up things a parent can do. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it, I actually kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? The next part is the important bit. I had this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep, so I tried to dial into something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr. Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I had the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead research of deep engineering? Nellie Modewell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I'll make sure she stays the day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about the loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make the determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just we seem to be rushing to hit the festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want to what's best for you. I'm truly grateful for what you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you have ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. So just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone. Capital
Luca
murder.
gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. Nah, this is as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at Perennial Harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field. What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. There's 2 days. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? That creeper on the radio said they were going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just welcome mat for my mom's PH orientation. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like the blueprints to me. Look here, the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exit marked. Guys. We have a deadline, we have an objective, we have the blueprints. You realize what this
Rollo
is,
started
right?
to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6.
Ugh.
The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial, is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He
new...
waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? Bah, she'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even
Beck
notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you're sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. And once she understands that the danger Nelly is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. This leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. How are we gonna persuade them? I'll think of
They
something.
each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Enlist the help of Jeff. Help of Iggy and Tish. Okay. No Jeff anywhere. Where would Iggy and Tish even be? Undaunted, he shook his head. Over no? Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction, but can he really pull through? Let's talk to Dawn again. You ever wonder why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers? The clipboards, they just say they're trying to make us happy. Do they want to make us happy, or just figure out what makes us happy? They're actually doing the opposite. They're trying to figure out what makes us scared. An important distinction. I wonder if there's going to be any more big revelations. I feel like I guess we need to figure out what the source actually is. Oh, there's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. What can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we're going to break into the headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Pete, you see? I knew you kids were alright. Great, so
The
you'll help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you
Looking into the
rascals.
sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk, hide, shit, fight. Junk. Junk! Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I got more junk than the king has copper. Ain't interested.
Luca wasn't ready to. He shouted out.
Hide. Hide!
Jeff's brow perked up.
What do you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not
Jeff's
afraid.
scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do, but you'll never hear him say I hid from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. That ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try and tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we're both been giant bags of shit to each
Iggy
other.
gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life has been kind of strange, you
Iggy
know?
considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we break our hostilities, at least for now? We do like breaking things, even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Trish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
And we needed more Tish. Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause
With
chaos.
a quick nod, Luca was off.
Nice. Did you hear that,
Iggy
Tish?
gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful. I love Tish.
Chapter
I really
7.
was expecting a yup. I can see
Into
why
the
this is like
hive.
one of the last ones. I can see why they did the emotional ending and then they did the heist ending.
A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. A delivery? I don't know anything. I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm sorry, but there's no delivery schedule for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked it to be kept a
Rollo
secret.
sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and
With a
such.
stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing. I'll
He
just
stammered
check.
and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo
time.
panicked.
Our harvest awaits, sir. That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir? Our harvest awaits. Yep. Suck on this, perennial ham fist. What was that?
Distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. Got a
The
job to
clipboard
do.
fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay, okay. Phew. That was close. Our harvest awaits? Hey, I figure, when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone know what to do? Yep, deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck, in case she needs some muscle. I'll head to the founder's office. You two be safe. Locate the founder's office. That's odd. There's not even any cups for water. Oh, it's just a maze. Solomon?
Stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story.
A
Are you
veneer
okay?
of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me in. Were they in hazmat suits? Yes. How did you know? They brought me here and locked me up when they were distracted. I ran. Dang. Okay, you should stick with me. We got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rollo and Beck are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. You gotta get out of here. We can't leave just yet, but they'll catch us again. I gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder, why are you looking for him? I just need to get into the office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down
Luca
this way.
happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequences. Oh, here it is. Oh, so it is. Pretty lucky I ran into yours, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock
Luca
like that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing, we're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Need us to get through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have any way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets.
How do we know underground secrets on this timeline? I don't remember how we know underground secrets here. Unless we overheard the radio. Unless I don't remember.
The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, this absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. Oh, okay. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo, bango. Doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Oh, Luca, I think we're close. Next door's marked.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this
He quickly skimmed
noise.
the screen with his finger.
Okay, here it is. 13806. Go, go, go. Kirsty's fumbling hand. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Aw, man, no water cups. Rollo. Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dear, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost them. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Make a break for it. Yeah, they seem like pushovers this entire time. I don't know why we just kick them everywhere. Don't just stand there after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy I finally used the Young Chemist Lab Kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? I'm not adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's
Molly
not
leaned
possible.
over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding of enamel of the molars consisting of temporary liquamine exposure. Is that what they call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Go back, sweetie. I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered upon Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest Liquamine. It pulls energy from the surrounding in order to fundamentally alter matter's relation to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest Liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready for harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest Liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You could think of it as manifesting of change itself. It's volatile, but it's by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do some specific thing, the more it resists. Yes. I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempest Liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't,
Molly
right?
sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities. They contained obvious areas, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Meh, those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio, which is why we gotta get you out of here. Like now. Wait, the vial. I finally saw the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we got Dr. Modwell heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan for escape? We go over everything when we get there. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. It looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with the party? Only time will
Luca
tell.
held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently. Let's see what else is on this bad boy. Has on it security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is
Solomon
boring.
muttered inaudibly.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. While even his alcohol is
Solomon
arrogant.
once again muttered under his breath.
I should just smother you right now. Oh, nothing. Okay, I think that's everything. Yeah. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I
With a
promise.
subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it. Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rolo, before we started tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're sorry for the inconvenience, we just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else, huddle up. Oops. I think the little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no. Hush now, child, the adults are speaking. Dr. Mulwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial Harvest, Valentine Fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ha, yes, now you got it. Tempest Liquamine. You discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional,
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
and the efforts went a little too far for my taste. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial,
Kerr
please.
presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present you the 8th wonder of the
Before he
world.
could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hands. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue about the thing.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have
Luca
a
tickled
taste.
the vial mockingly.
Seize him. They're playing catch. Keep away. Move another inch and I
She
smash
held
it.
it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less
He
leniency.
pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will
A
be
deep
harmed.
uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this
She
ends.
looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's
With
right.
apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
The
review.
blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand how is all this because of me. Ha, I said Mr. Van Horn, you silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him opportunity to be part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my
Solomon
work.
shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal
A
life.
muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you have this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rollo, you just need some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey, I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just we were so close. I got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in the office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find the means of escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. He sort of left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it to me, but its contents. Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why, what did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest
The color
liquamine.
dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often a vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. You realize that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why... Well, okay, that's the entire point of the game, though. Don't make me feel bad about playing a video game. He began to intentionally sabotage his own work, and it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through.
They knew that Rollo was kidnapped. Interesting. Okay, so they decided not to use it on the hole, instead use it on the thing.
It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas Gran. That's awful nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we could dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop
In
him.
one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No. Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that. I knew she fucking switched the vials. I think it's her hair
With a
thing.
mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
With a little change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like pocket change? Your unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea? That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap, he's a baby. Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused
Eris
you.
awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we do what Valentines always do. What must be done? I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father. Young Sharper. That would be a great help,
She looked
thank
back
you.
down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue.
I don't know about that one. We gotta see the
Beacon
other
Pines'
ones.
coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn.
This
After
is our first
everything Luca,
epilogue.
Rollo, and Beck had been through, Middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Huh. Rolo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You guys swing by? Be there in a minute. Picking a Rolo at the treehouse.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Let's see. Oh, she was right there. I just walked past her. Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me, I'll meet you there. Got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Oh, the headstone's gone because it was never really there. I mean, the headstone was there, but his father was not there. I hear you and Rolo have a big plans for the little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rolo, 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand, but at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture upstate. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. Just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he's had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Tell him this, because it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. We never could go this direction, right?
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring, a sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
So this is out of town. Okay, I kind of finally understand what that meant by the road to Beacon Pines. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Guess we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack of art can help me paint the new offices? You can count on us. It looks like you really found your calling. I never felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here. This is something I can be proud of. How's the nap in this morning? The most underrated part of the good nap is the view. And the view's getting greener every day. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all this old stuff before putting the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It's actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is go slow and fix things. Amen to that. It's gonna make me leave. Oh no, I can go. Young Mr. Van Horn, how's little Solomon or Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I, so we do a lot of strolling these days. He, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination. Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modwell, and she feels the Sharper infant's mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, this child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer than the second time around. That's the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job, and the whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait to teach him to throw a
Eris
baseball.
did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. He looked at his friends with a thankful smile. After everything they could have gone through, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. That's funny. Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time. Daryl, you gotta come see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Aw, Lumi. If I didn't know better, I think you were proud of something. Oh, as if. No. It's too late. You are now officially a person that cares. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves this summer. He said, it builds character. I think he meant it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, it's building something alright. Can I interest you in a delicious
He playfully
apple?
waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Mind telling your mom we need a new Crater Jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide stuff in this stuff back then. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages, now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. Wow, back for seconds? If it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it tastes it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. So this kid just happens to be a kid that walks around in a suit for no reason other than he just likes to walk around in a suit. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he was plenty of time to work on his craft. Good. Yawn. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to the reporter at Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about phony corporation that picked up an entire town people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals sort of writes itself, if you think about it. Just don't forget about us when you become a big, fancy, big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. Ah, we both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it reporter's intuition.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me, I have to, to
Mrs.
place an order.
Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation for the first time in years. And I got you and your mom to thank. Why's that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. Fine, I'll just wait. Okay. Out of my way, thank you. Oh my god, who are all these bunny children? Hey, Mr. Nuncreed, I'm gonna see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on. No one is too big, no one is too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Oh, moving away. Oh, are the bugs back? Yesterday I saw a Dynastus Titius. And that's good? It's great. I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the bug capital of the country.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. I guess the beehive hasn't back yet. Yeah, nothing here. And... nothing here either. But no puddle? Well, that's good.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in both figurative.
Yeah, I assume Beck's at the treehouse. Okay, we're all done here. Back to the treehouse we go.
After the foul harvest destroyed the Valentine.
Yeah, we already know that. Okay, let's go to the treehouse. Just wanted to see everything else first. Out of curiosity, let's do one more check in here. Nope.
Luca gently good first.
There we go. A little higher. Yep. A little lower. A little higher. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yep. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want Mission Control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. Check in with Becca at her house. Okay, so I have to go to her house anyways. Okay, so that was a long, drawn-out thing of me going everywhere where I didn't need to go, and then it would just leave. And we could have just left. In order. But I didn't think about it, and now here we are. So there's a lot of back and forth for me, okay. I just had to cover all my bases before we went. Oh, there she is. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the unforeseeable future. I don't have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines and thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. So how did we... Did they take care of the hole? Like, what happened there? As if you just close up the mine, it's no longer gonna continue to grow and expand? Ah, you got it? Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, that's rides on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Oh, I really like that. Done. A good little treat. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Paul always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. And I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. You're just one thing missing. There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. It won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. You got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Did you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he have loved this one even more, because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey Dad, Dr. Moldwell says that over the next few years this place should warm up, so you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in, big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go, but that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Ah. Okay, that was great. I love that. I am interested. There are other endings. Maybe if I didn't choose the right ending. I mean, I chose change. I wonder if each ending does something different, or maybe any of them do all the same thing. I'm not too sure. But I love this game. This is one of my favorite experiences I've had all year. I loved it. I love how the story just unfolds by all these different timelines, by all these different choices. I kind of wish most you know, adventure games with different branching storylines and timelines did this. It's just how I prefer it. Like, even in this, where there's like there's 4 options at the very end, you could choose one. No matter what I picked, that would have been it for me. Like, even this game, I have not much desire to go back and see what those other options would do, if any, because I just like it when it ends, it ends. But yeah, I love this game. This game was great. God, it was so good. The art was so good. The music was good. The narrator was also really great. They were a great character that just like continued to pop up throughout the game, and they had an emotional investment into the story as much as you did. And I like seeing that, and them actually continuing on. I like that. It was so good. It was great. This was one of my favorite experiences all year. I'm really happy we played this. I had no idea this game was actually kickstarted. When I first saw this game, I didn't know about it until like the weeks leading up. I actually didn't have any anticipation of it being like this game about a town. I actually thought it was a game about a camp, and I thought it was gonna be spooky vibes, and it wasn't. I thought it like I really did think it was gonna be like spooky, like if it was a like a serial killer at camp kind of a thing. I basically thought it was gonna be not Until Dawn, but the new one that came out recently. I thought it was gonna be that, but with like animal children or something like that. Just something where it's set in a camp. Just because of the main image, especially at the beginning, is like, I think even the cover of this, that just looks like a camp. That just looked like camp to me. But it wasn't. It was just great overarching story with a lot of twists, and I did call some of them, but others were completely out there. But it all makes sense, and it all just combines itself. The one question I do have, there's 2 questions I have that I did not get answered, and one of them is the hole. Like, did they just cover it and that was it, and that was done, and that's all they needed to do? Or was there like something more that happened? Because I didn't like, how did they stop it from like continuing to freeze the entire world? I guess if you just don't mine it, it doesn't continue to be released and all that. The second thing is Nat, this random child character that's in the cold place. Like, who the hell was Nat? That was like the one. I don't know who Nat was. So that was just confusing to me. I didn't know who Nat was. I didn't know what their deal is. It was just this random child that just comes out of nowhere and helps you. And I have no idea where it is. Oh, 10 years later. Wow, nice kick. Sharper, did you find it? Yeah. I found... Not Sharper. We should have killed this child. Okay. honestly, I didn't need that. I really didn't need that. I guess that's just there to be like the looming question of, could it happen again? Probably. If I click this, so you can see the alternate endings here, and that's all that, and then that's that. But that is where we are gonna end it. That's where we left it off. Is Malice and Junk and Change. We did the Change ending. I think that works for us. I did choose Change because the entire point of the game was like, change is the one good thing that happened. And it was like, okay, that has to happen. But yeah, I'm gonna end it there. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me. I'll be back tomorrow. We will be playing Fall Guys some more. I did play Fall Guys yesterday, so we'll play some Fall Guys tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we are starting Bayonetta. We're going to finally play Bayonetta. We're going to play Bayonetta all the way through. Depending on how far I get in the first stream, I may stream on Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday, and possibly Thursday. Just depend. I'm also going to play on easy mode, because I'll explain this when we play. But Bayonetta 1 is not the easiest game in the world, so we're gonna play on easy mode as well. But yeah, we are revving up for Bayonetta 3 at the end of the at the end of the month. But we are also playing Nier Automata and some other spooky games throughout October. I have everything lined up for what I want to play. So yeah, thank y'all so much for hanging out with me, and I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.